Hi, everyone. It is leg 2 of Neva's 24-hour reading sprints for the month of May. I am really excited to host this part 2. I have my coffee. It's an iced coffee. And I also have some water with some sugar-free mix in it because, need some hydration as well. So very excited to be here. And I'm not sure if they're done in part 1 yet, but we'll have people heading over as we get to there. If it's your first time with Neva's 24-hour sprints, it can be very chaotic. And for some of us, it's the only time we ever see each other. So sometimes we get a little chatty. Sometimes we kind of forget to do a reading sprint. And sometimes we sprint a lot. So this is going to be fun. I'm very excited. And yeah, it is May 30th, which really just floors me. Tomorrow is the last month or the last day of the month. And I don't really know what to do with myself. Also, I do still have a week left of school, which feels so weird to me, but my 8th graders are going to be graduating soon, and it just really makes me sad. So anyway, all that to say, I'm excited to get some reading done. I have been on the biggest creative reading slump ever, and it is just annoying, but I'm so excited to see you, Neva. Hi.
Hello. I'm good. I'm here. I got some good news today. I'm not going to tell. I won't say it on the internet because the internet doesn't need to know. But I will tell you privately. I don't know. Are you on my close friends on Instagram stories?
I don't know.
Okay, you might not.
Do you have to mark me as a close friend?
Yes,
and I have to mark you as a close friend.
I have, okay, so for you to see my close friend's story, I would have to mark you. I have put up a few times, like, for it to, like, request, like, to hit, like, an emoji, and then I would, like, add you to the list.
Oh.
But that doesn't mean that, like, everyone sees it. But I'll catch you up in the first sprint. I'll send you a message. What, Ari? You need to go to bed. Do you have Scooby snacks, or are they gone? They're not what? What's wrong? Okay, hold on.
Hi, Destiny.
Say hi.
Yeah, I'm gonna say good night.
Okay, say good night, and then you need to go to bed.
Night night.
Good night.
Go to bed. Thank y'all. But yeah, so we're here. We're hanging out. I've gotten little reading done, very little, but it's fine. I don't know. 24-hour sprints is always like a wash up for me. Like sometimes I read a lot and sometimes I don't.
Yeah. And I just feel like tomorrow's the last day of the month, and I have so much that I want to read before the end of the month. But I'm also not in a mood to read. Like I'm in a complete creative and reading slump.
Well, and I also know that like I'm not going to get everything done that I want to get read tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, okay, I've already rolled over because really the one book that I thought I might get done by the end of the month is Bloodguard. Mm-hmm. And I'm really like enjoying this book. So I don't mind rolling it over. I am over 50% through, so I can't count it for Amazing Readathon. Because like that's the rule. You have to be, I think you have to like 51% like in the month, right? So I'm at like 60-ish%, which is fine. But I already told myself like I'm going to bring this over into June, even if I can't count it, because I do want to finish it.
Right.
But Manacled, we've been chipping away at Manacled.
Isn't that really long?
It's really long, but light. But outside of it being really long, it's very heavy. It's very heavy. It's very dark. And so I have a lot of I have a lot of trouble reading more than like Wow, it was like musical lights. It's fine, Ari. It's okay. I have a lot of trouble reading.
Like me when I try to turn on lights.
I'm having trouble reading more than like 2 chapters at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very just like slow going, which is fine. Which means that it'll kind of just get picked up when it gets picked up throughout the month. Like I'll probably just like read it in between legs, you know? But then I'm just like, I want to start mostly fresh. So I haven't picked up anything else. I guess like technically I'm reading a couple of project books, but those don't count on my main TBR anyway. Those are kind of like, they're read as they're read. Like my projects go up when they go up. I haven't given myself like super hard deadlines this year with projects, just because like I do want, especially with like the reading my friend's favorite books project and like KU clean out, like I want to actually give the books the time that they deserve, because ultimately like KU clean out is a little different because it's just me reading books down off my KU list.
Yeah.
But the reading my friend's favorite books, like I legitimately want to give those books like a real reaction and not just like power through them to be like, oh, got it up in a month. You know what I mean? Because like they are like legitimately, like I asked my friends, like, please give me 5 or 6 of your favorite books for me to read so we can see like, you know, do our reading taste match. And it would just be rude of me to be like, oh, well, I read all of these in a month, but also remember nothing. You know what I mean? And I do actually remember like the books that I've read for that project. I do remember like story, like not characters, because that's never going to happen. Right. But I do remember like what I liked about the books and like the main plot of all of them. Even the one that Kelsey gave me that I DNF'd, which I felt a little bit bad about. But I also told people, do not give me books based off of like what you think I'm going to like. Give me books that you like, because that's, you know, I'm never like mean about it. I'm never like, this was trash. Like I didn't say that. Even about the book that Kelsey, like, and I did legitimately say like, I thought this was going to be more like thrillery, and it's definitely like, it was definitely more of like a contemporary, like literary fiction. I'm not really a literary fiction. I tried once and it didn't really work out for me.
All right, we have all the reminders here.
Do all the things, people.
To all the things. Hello, Neva. Night, Ari. Not the Scooby Snacks, Mom.
Well, we get like the packs that are like the little, you know, they're like the lunchbox size bags. They have like 30 in them. And the one that she likes the most has like the Scooby, I don't know, they're like graham crackers. I don't know if they're actually called Scooby Snacks, but that's what they look like.
They for sure are. Yeah.
That's what they're called. Those are her favorite ones. So she'll be like, can I have Scooby Snacks? Because we get those for school. Because the 30 packs last her about a month if she takes one pack. Because in 2nd grade, they had the last lunch. So their teacher had them have snack. So like, I don't know if that'll happen again next year. Because the year before that, they didn't take snack. Yeah.
I mean, everybody in my school does have, like, they have a snack time. And up until 4th grade, parents like send in like snacks for the whole class that the teachers like just use. And as they get through them, then they ask for more snacks to be sent in. But like, my students each bring their own snack every day. So
see, I thought that they would do that where they would have us donate snacks, which like I was open to, like I was fine to do that, but they actually just wanted each child to bring their own snack. I don't know if that's just because like we're a smaller school or what, but like I was like, why wouldn't you just like, like I will provide, right? Like I will provide the snacks every month. Like it's fine. Like I will do it. But like, why are we not just co-oping? Because like then, you know, I don't know. It feels weird. Like if kids can't, like if families can't afford snack, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Because even if we ran out of like Ari's designated snacks, like I would always find her something to take. Like I'd give her some chips in a baggie or something. But like not every family can do that.
Right.
And I just feel like second grade is such a weird time to be like, oh, well, if you don't have a snack, you just
Yeah.
don't have one.
And a lot of my kids, like I have the fifth grade during snack time. So like there's like half the kids in there that are like over snack. Like they're like, I don't need snack anymore.
They're like, I'm good.
I'm fine.
I'm older now.
Like, okay. And then I have like, you know, some of the older ones in that are just like, I need 5 snacks a day.
Right. Snack time is the best time.
What do you mean snack time is over? Like,
and then you have me who's 33 and I'm like, I literally thrive on snacks.
mm-hmm.
If I'm not filming a video, I'm probably stuffing my face, to be honest. Like, I don't eat.
It's like you're putting your face in a troll, in a snake.
Go to bed, bro.
In a troll that's made out of a snake.
Wow, good night. I have no idea what she even just said. But like that's the thing is like I don't eat like on camera.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But like believe that if I'm not on camera, I'm probably eating a snack.
She's just trying to make sure she's saving electric bill money, shutting it down for the night as the responsible queen she is.
Yeah, we all sit in the dark in this house. I have this like little ring light thing attached to my computer because we all just sit in the dark. Like I just don't care to have the lights on. First of all, I have a cell phone that has a flashlight on it. So if I can't see in the dark, I have a flashlight. But also, like, I just can't be bothered to turn all the lights off, like, when I need to go to bed. Like, I'm not trying to go through the whole house. Like, no.
Fair. Hello, Ro. They're cinnamon bones. But they're called Scooby snacks.
But I'm pretty sure the packaging says Scooby snacks on them.
Yeah. And then they're, like, cinnamon. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Does he has them at her house, please. That and Pirates Booty. Hello, Glenda. Margaret, hello. Almost finished with 1 book and hoping to finish 2 more by the end of the 24 hours. Nice. Jean is here. Migraine is better, but feels brain dead. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Migraines take it out of you. Like they're so draining.
Yeah, migraines are the worst, honestly.
Yeah.
Says the person with chronic migraines.
I used to. I don't know. Need some wood to knock on. I have not.
Honestly,
another migraine in some time.
That's another reason I sit in the dark because, like, this ring light, I turn it on to like right now it's on the warm light setting, so I don't know if it's making me look funny like on camera, but any kind of like harsher like light makes my eyes hurt. So, and this warm light actually makes it light enough in this room that I can diamond paint during sprints. So I might diamond paint in the next sprint, to be honest. I need to finish a little Dobby here that I've been working on for 6 months. We're not going to talk about the fact that I've been working on a 13-inch by 13-inch diamond painting for 6 months. I've done bigger ones in less time. I have done poster size diamond paintings in like a couple of weeks. Okay, I have no excuse, to be honest.
Jean donates to her snack. Because some kids go to school hungry. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes kids just need a little snack and then they just feel whatever is wrong. They feel better with snack. It's magic sometimes, I think, but
sometimes you're just a little hangry.
Yeah. End the hangry, I think is a good thing. So I am going to be reading, I think, The Paradise Problem during the first sprint.
Oh, I need to read that still. I like Christina Lauren.
So it's my book club, my In Real Life book club book for June, and I want to finish it. I have this many pages left, and I flew through the first this many pages, so I feel like this many pages at the end should go even faster, right?
Yeah, I need to actually check and see what the book club book is for this month, because last month it was lessons in chemistry, but by the time I found out that it was lessons in chemistry, I only had like a week to read it, and I was like, absolutely not. But also, like, my in real life book clubs are all at like the local indie bookstore. And so we have one that's called the Any book club, which I did go to that. So that's basically like you just bring in like a book that you would suggest, or a book that you're currently reading, or a book that you just finished. So I actually took in the fine print because I had it physically, but I was like, do I have to bring in like a physical book every time? Because I'm not always going to be reading a physical book. Like, you know, y'all know me, I'm a Kindle girly. And she was like, oh no, you don't have to unless you like own it or whatever. She was like, you can just bring it in and like just come in and talk about it. And so yeah, that was pretty fun because like it was just like us sitting in a circle talking about books that we liked as opposed to like a specific book.
That is, yeah, that's so cool. Oh, okay. The teacher has a snack closet, which got auto corrected weirdly. Okay, yeah, snack calls it. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Subi snacks are different than chicken bone. Yes, they are. Oh wait, which are chocolate covered in pink candy.
We have the chicken. We have chicken biscuits here. The chick bisques or whatever the hell they are. The ones that like taste like chicken. Like they're supposed. They like when you eat them, they taste like like the crackers.
Chicken in a basket or chicken in a biscuit.
That's crackers? What I was thinking that she was talking about when she said chicken.
That's what I thought she was talking about too.
Chocolate covered in pink candy. No, but it's different.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely different. They're like graham crackers.
Yeah, they're like here. I'll hold one up because she brought me 2 of them. They're these, and they say Scooby on them, and they look like Scooby snacks, like from the show.
Yeah, they look like dog treats.
Yeah,
they're delicious.
They're so good, honestly.
And they work really well as like for dips.
Yeah, they do. For like things and stuff. Yeah, I need to actually go like to the store and buy like a family size box and then divvy them out into baggies because this seems to be like one of her favorite snacks, so it like just makes sense to do it that way instead of buying like the 30 and then like the 30 packs of whatever that are like miscellaneous.
Yeah. Destiny says to try them in chocolate milk. I will not do that because I hate chocolate milk. Which is weird because it is literally the only type of chocolate I don't like.
I'll get Ari to try it in chocolate milk because she loves chocolate milk.
Or Nutella. Or dip in Nutella. I mean, yeah. I would do that.
I've definitely dipped them in like chocolate frosting before.
I make like a, you know, did you have like the kangaroo dips?
Yeah.
Yeah. That it's like that dip with like the white frosting with the like things in it. Like, yeah. So it was a mock kangaroo dip recipe that I found that I make it every year for my birthday.
The Dunkaroos.
Dunkaroos. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lost that word. Yeah. Dunkaroos. Yeah. I couldn't find that for the life of me. That was crazy. Anyway, watered down chocolate milk with more regular milk because sometimes chocolate milk is just too sweet. Right. Yeah. Jean knew what I was talking about too. Dunkaroos.
Yeah.
Kangaroo dip. There was a kangaroo in the ad.
There was.
On the box. Oh, there's some kinds of chocolate that just don't work well. I don't know. Like, there's always like a consistency problem with like the ratio between the milk and the chocolate. And I was always the one that got white milk for snack, for lunch, whatever. It didn't matter. Like Friday was always a special day because we had white milk for snack the whole week. But Friday we could get chocolate milk and I still got white milk. And people were like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, I don't know. That's just me. So. Yes, it was an earworm of a commercial and it had a kangaroo in it, hopped around. It was so great. It was great. And the Dunkaroos were delicious.
Yeah, so good.
But I didn't like the little graham crackers that came with them. And the Scooby snacks, I think, would work
Better.
much better. So, which I bring in Scooby snacks with the Dunkaroo dip, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. But
That's how you know my light was dying because I plugged it in and damn, let there be light. Good Lord. It's like blind me. I was like, I feel like it got really dark in here. So I was like, let me try to plug this little, because it's just like a USB.
oh yeah, to like charge kind
Like
of.
it has to recharge.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, it seems to have gotten dark. But I plugged it in and was like, bam.
Coffee and chocolate has cried twice today. I hope at least one of those was good tears. And if not, I hope they were necessary and you feel better. Want to do sprint?
Sure.
Okay. See how much reading we can get done? I can get done at least.
I'm going to finish my podcast and then I'll probably switch to an audiobook.
Perfect.
At least for a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Happy reading. Hello.
Hello.
How did it go?
I did read a little bit. I also updated my description on my video or on my live stream, so that's updated now. So like if you're not, I mean, I put everybody, so I put just like May hosts, and then underneath that I put the other like 24-hour hosts, because there's like, I don't know, there's like 15 of us or something ridiculous. So I put everybody linked, so like if you're not following everybody, then just go follow them all, because I never know who's gonna be hosting from month to month. So just go follow everybody. Oh, I also added mine and Ari's Amazon wish list back, because some people had requested that they have a different option, and some people, after I removed the Amazon wish list, requested for them to be back. So there are Amazon wish lists and bookshop.org wish lists for people that don't want to like purchase through Amazon. But the bookshop.org one doesn't have like as many things on it. Their website is a little bit harder to find things, like to scroll through, you know what I mean? But I did add those back for anybody that like wants them.
Nice.
But that's all I did in this sprint. I did listen to a little bit of my book though, so at least I did that.
I read about 30 pages, and I walked around some because it's 11:30. But yeah, I am really enjoying The Paradise Problem by Christina Lauren. The Unhoneymooners is still my favorite. I don't know
That was my favorite too.
Anything can really beat that.
The Unhoneymooners was so good. I mean, like, so good.
Like, it was just so funny, and but I haven't like not liked anything that I've enjoyed most of what I've read from them.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've hated anything I've read from them.
I mean, the first ever book I read from them, I did DNF it. And I've never picked it up again.
Which one is that?
The playlist one. It was like somebody and somebody's something playlist. Like, I know it when I see it, and I've just never brought myself to pick it back up. Because then after that, the next one that I read by them was The Unhoneymooners.
Right.
Because I've read that one, and then I've read, oh my God, what was the one that Kelsey gave me for her video?
Love in Other Words.
That one. I was about to say, like, we just got like a collector's edition. Like, they just released like a collector's edition. I want it so bad.
Like, I did like that one as well.
I do not have money for it right now, but I want it so bad because it's like pink and purple. It's so pretty. Yeah, but that one. I did like Love in Other Words. It made me cry.
Yeah, I did like Love in Other Words.
But yeah, I did like that one though.
It takes a lot for us to cry.
I know, right? It's Lord have mercy.
Oh man. Yeah, and then I read In a Holidays.
Oh, I've read that
I
one too.
like
That one was cute. It wasn't like my favorite of
Yeah.
the ones, but also like Christmas/holiday books, I rate much differently than I
Yeah.
do like regular books because they're almost always like a one shot, right? So like they're
Right.
always like just a very like fun, like they're supposed to be like a fun good time. But I'm also not a huge Groundhog Day kind of person.
I love it.
And In a Holidays is a Groundhog Day story. Now I thought that they did it well,
Uh-huh.
right? And like I like the movie, what is that movie? 51st Dates. That's like a Groundhog Day. Like
Right. Yeah, kind of.
because for her it repeats over and over. And like that's fine. But like it did like the book did work. But I go into like holiday books expecting them to be like very hallmarky.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to give a Hallmark book or a Hallmark movie the same rating I would give like something I go like watch in the theater. You know what I
True.
mean? Like I'm not going like I mean like a 5-star Hallmark movie would not be like a 5-star like blockbuster hit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what
Because like I'll
I
give
mean?
5 stars to a cozy mystery, but I'm like, okay, but that, I mean, it's just like it just did everything that I wanted to do. It was a
Right.
good mystery.
'Cause
I
I'm
liked
pretty
it. It was
sure
fine, but it
because
was a
I'm
cozy mystery.
pretty sure when I read In a Holidays, I gave it 5 stars. But if it had been just like a regular contemporary romance, it would not have gotten 5 stars.
Mm.
It would have probably gotten like 3.5, maybe 4, but like it wouldn't have
Yeah.
gotten a 5-star.
I don't know what I gave it, and I'm looking off because I'm like looking at it on my desk right now.
I think, yeah.
I don't remember what I gave it.
But I mean, like it was a good time, like for what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good time. I love the Groundhog Day trope. Like I like any type of retelling where they're taking like a movie and trying to like work that trope into something else. I just think is a really fascinating like thing to do and
Right.
exercise and whatever in writing. And I just think it's really fun. So for me, I was like, let's see how they do this. And
I think the Groundhog Day thing, because I know Brittany doesn't. I mean, Brittany likes it less than I do. And my issue with the Groundhog Day is it sometimes like I feel like it takes too long for them to figure out what the hell they're supposed to figure out.
hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I understand like the point of the trope is that their day keeps repeating until they figure out why their day keeps repeating. But sometimes in book form, because I will watch it like in a movie, that's fine. But I feel like a movie moves so much more quickly than a book does sometimes. So sometimes in book form, I just feel like I'm just like beating my head against the wall like over and over and over again. And like me as the reader, I'm like, this is what you need to change. But then like the characters are just stupid.
Yeah. But I don't know.
But if it's done well, it can be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it can be done horribly and I think it can be done well. And I think they did a pretty good job.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's with any trope. Like tropes can be done well or they can be done not well.
Yeah. Raven is here. Hello. Hello. Hope you're all having fun. I am reading the Invention of Hugo Cabret. I love that book so much. So good. This is like the first year in a while that I haven't read it to my 5th graders. It makes me really sad.
Well, why didn't you read it to your 5th graders?
I ran out of time.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah. Like I just was like, all right, now we're starting like I just kept on. Yeah. But it is a really fun read aloud because you're like getting as long as you have something that you can project the pictures onto so that they can actually see, because it's a whole bunch of pictures and then a whole bunch of writing and then a whole bunch of pictures and a whole bunch of writing. Like if you've seen The Invention of Hugo Cabret, it's about this thick ish.
Okay.
So it's like 500 pages long, but 300 of those pages are pictures. and that you just have to like figure out what the story is, and then they connect together to become one story. And I don't know, it's really cool.
Maybe I'll check this book. I've never even heard of it.
Oh, it's so good.
Let me go save this in my.
It's so good. And it's Brian Selznick is the author, and his artistic style is so good. I don't think I have any of his books.
Okay, I have it marked. I'll add it to my wish list later because I have another book I need to add to my wish list that I heard about, and it's like a monster. I don't know, monsters, vampire, smut. I don't know.
I have one of his books in my living room. I'll go get it like during the next sprint, and so I can show you. Like it's just he has like this crisscross illustration style. It's just amazing and so good. Mysterious, like love it. Anyway, more hellos. Having so much fun with this book, page 282, 533. Yeah, and it goes so fast because there's so many pictures. So you're just like, all right. It's so good. Christina read some more of this book, trying to get the point. To get the point, I can count it. Yeah. Hello, Chris. Yeah, the illustrations, they're so gorgeous. Like they're so good. Anyway, I was like doing like I'll do the first like 50 pages. I'm like, guys, we're gonna read 50 pages right now. And then I just like do it. Like the first 30 for sure are all pictures, and you just kind of like so it's so good. Anyway, yeah. Hello, Melissa. Welcome. That is the end of the comments. Could do a Midwestern getting to the end of the comments, like you guys did in the first sprint.
I mean, listen. We got into the end of the comments, and then we like I don't even remember what we started freaking talking about, but we like went on a tangent, and then I got to the end of the comments again, and I was like, okay, I've gotten to the end of the comments again. Margaret's like, you should probably
3 times, and I'm just like, oh, they really just need to chat.
Will Neva be reading A Suitable Boy over the weekend? I feel no, Chris. I feel no, because here's the thing, Chris. Here's the thing that I've established in the time that we've become friends is that you read depression on a page, and I just don't have the wherewithal to do that. So no matter how short, you know what I mean? I'm just depression on a page, it just doesn't. And here's the thing, I love that for you. I love that you love to read super depressing stories. I mean, Manacled is pretty depressing, to be honest. And then like I'm doing a video, and Aoife suggested Binding 13 for this video. Like I'm already 1,400 pages. Get the hell out of here. Wait, what's 1,400 pages? A Suitable Boy? Or
Manacled?
Or Manacled. Because Manacled is like 2,000 pages. It is. Of written word.
See, but this doesn't have like the winky face after right?
I mean, if A Suitable Boy is 1,400 pages, I'm definitely not reading that. But if you're talking about Manacled, according to Storygraph, Manacled is about 2,000 pages if you go off of like written word, because like that's how fan fiction is counted, is by word count. But here's the thing, Aoife suggested for this video Binding 13. Aoife wants me to cry, okay? Because I sent a picture when I started it, because I did start it. It's here on my second Kindle, okay? On my Safe for Work Kindle. I have a Safe for Work Kindle, and then I have a Spicy Kindle. Okay, so you're welcome for that information. But on my Safe for Work Kindle, which Binding 13 is not safe for work, but whatever, I guess. I started this, and when I started it, I took a picture of it because I actually have the first 2 books in the indie version. And when Amazon, like when they, got the not like the traditionally published versions, they didn't take away like my download of this. So like I can still read the indie version. So I was like, let me read the indie version because eventually I will own. I don't like the indie version covers, which is why I have the first 2 on my Kindle as indie versions and not like the physical copies. I know I could have like sold them or something, but like I didn't want to do that. So I will be buying like the traditionally published because I know that we only got, I think, the first like 3 books in this series of like 7 or whatever it's going to be. We only got the first 3 books as indie pub before she got picked up. So I was like, there's no point in me buying these like half indie pub and then like the rest. Absolutely not. That just is asking for 1,200 copies of books that I might not like. So started this. I took a picture of it, and Margaret's reaction was Neva, no. Because I took a picture of it and I posted it to the group chat and I was like, I'm ready for devastation or whatever. And Margaret said, Neva, no. And then Eva said, Godspeed. I don't even think Eva has read this book. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. This video here, I'll tell you what the video is because it's actually fun. Okay. We all know I love a hockey romance, right? So I was like, what if I did a video where, and I think I'm going to change it a little bit. So I've kind of put this on pause. I've only read the first like 2%, so it's fine. But I think I'm going to change a little bit where I do like a 24-hour challenge where for 24 hours I read, hockey romance lover reads other sports romances. The only caveat that I gave when I put up my little question box on Instagram was no Liz Tom 40 because I'm so sorry to everyone that loves that author, but I DNF'd the Windy City series and I just don't care to continue that. And then, and I think that's all she's written is the Windy City series. And I just, nothing. And then I said, no hockey romance. Because I was like, I need your favorite sports romances, but no hockey romance. I'm perfectly capable of finding those all on my own. Okay. We're not even going to talk about the fact that half of my KU clean out list is hockey romances. It's ridiculous. But I was like, why not? Let's branch out. See if I actually like other sports or if there's just like something about hockey men that I like. I don't know. I'm not reading that, Chris. I'm so sorry. I can read 1,400 pages in a single weekend if I wanted to. And I feel like it's going to be 1,400 pages of depression.
Recently read a bunch of depressing books. It was enlightening, but I had to cheer myself up, so I read The Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Listen, I'm going to have to read like, what were those stories called? Sideways stories from
Wayside School?
Wayside School. Like, yeah. Ari found those on the Libby app the other day, and she's like, can I read these? And I was like, I guess. I read them when I was like a child. So go ahead.
I mean, they're pretty darn tootin' fun.
So here's what I'm going to tell you, Jean. Okay, because I did like last year, I think, or the year before, I read like the first 10 chapters. You're gonna have to be okay with the fact that the main characters are like 16 and 17 in the book. At least in the first one, they're 16 and 17, but they don't read like they're 16 and 17 because this takes place in Ireland, which is a different kind of like lifestyle, than America. Like the things like they can drink over there. Like, so we see like 18-year-olds like drinking, which like is not a thing in America. I mean, it is, but not like legally. You know what I mean? I'm not stupid, people. I'm just saying like legally they're drinking like in pubs. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they're drinking in the public. And it didn't really bother me because the way that they're written, like it's definitely written as an 18 plus book. Like there's even like a warning in the beginning that like this is not for children. But if that's like a thing that would bother you, I might skip it. It didn't bother me, but here's the thing. No. This is not an Amy book at all. Here's the thing. So this book, I counted this book as one of my 128 of 2024. I did not actually open this book once ever in any stage, but I went through a journey with Nicole while she read this book on sprints.
Oh.
And I felt that I had read it. I counted it as a book that I read. And it was depressing, to be honest. Like, just listening to her talk about it, I was like, why are you reading this? I mean, it was for like the Women's Prize for Fiction, I think.
Oh, okay.
Which no, thank you. I will never. Mm-hmm. The Windy series is by Liz. Here, I'll put it in the comments. Liz Tomforty. Katie likes her books. I think Brittany had read the first couple of them. I read the first like 2 and then I DNF'd. I just didn't.
I was hearing top 40. Like top 40. And I was like,
yes, Liz top 40. Like the radio station. No, Tom 40. I had been saying it Tom Ford, and then but Katie keeps saying Tom 40, and I think she's actually met her. So I'm just gonna assume that Katie knows more than me because I don't care to read this author anyway. So like I'm gonna assume that the way Katie says it is correct, and that I'm an idiot. That's what I'm going to assume. So yeah. And there's nothing like inherently wrong with her books. So like I don't want anyone to think that there's like I just didn't care for it. That's all.
They just weren't for you.
Yeah. The first one was really good. I remember giving the first one like 4 or 4.5 stars. And then the second one I only gave like 3 stars. Like I didn't. And then I was like, I don't really feel that this is a book to add to my series that I already have 85 series on my list. We're not going to talk about that. Actually, we probably are going to talk about it because if no one watches this, I will not blame you, okay? But I have a full flip through of my new reading journal going up. I think it's scheduled for Monday. Don't hold me to that. But it's scheduled for some time after the weekend because I have like my TBRs I have to go up first. Well, my TBR is going up Saturday, so tomorrow. And then I don't remember if I have the flip through or the plan with me going up after that.
Oh, okay.
Brittany wants planner stuff, so Brittany gets what she asked for. If no one else watches it, it's fine. But I did a full flip through of my new custom reading journal. I will say that I did pay a lot of money for it. It was about like $50-ish, which is a lot considering that it's like digital, but also like I was able to customize it completely. Like it has all of the things that I want. Okay. But I got this cool ass tracker, which actually you get a sneak peek of. If you look at the thumbnail to my last video, my reading.
Oh yeah.
Video. Okay. You actually get a sneak peek of that tracker. So basically, like you just fill in the little squares for how many books are in the series. So I just grabbed the ones that I specifically have read at least one book in all of 2025, but I'm still like in the middle of. That's not even like half of them. I legitimately, I have like 85 series on my spreadsheet.
Oh, I'm sure I have a ton.
And I'm sure at some point, like some of these will just get DNF'd. Like, I'm sure that, like, especially some of these that are, like, really long. Like, I don't know. Like, I have Zodiac Academy on there. I've only read the first 2 books, and I just feel like I'm going to get to book, like, 6, and then I'm going to be like, I don't care. There's, like, 12 books in that series.
And they're long, aren't they?
Yeah, and the only way you can get the audiobooks that I have found is through Audible. So I have the first 2 audiobooks, but I'm really trying not to use Audible. Like I'm really, you know what I mean? I'm like, listen, Amazon's already getting my money because of Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah.
But I've pretty much completely switched. Like, I don't even think I have an Audible link anymore on my thing because I got rid of that. I think when I got rid of the Amazon wish list, but then people asked for the Amazon wish list back. So I put those back, but I switched to Libro FM. because I can find most of what I want on Libro.fm. Like I looked to make sure, like, can I find indie authors on Libro.fm? And I can find most. It's just the people that are like actually tied into Amazon.
Right.
But a lot of those I can find the ebook either on KU or I can find it through the ebook through my library. So I'll just read the ebook that way instead.
Mm-hmm. So Chris keeps getting sent Japanese novels about restaurants and cafes with cats.
So are the cafe with cats books, are those also depressing or just the sad Japanese novels about restaurants?
I feel like a lot of
saying they are sad Japanese
with cats
novels about restaurants and cats. I just like, how are you sad when you read about cats? You know what? Don't even tell
there's
me.
usually an old person who the cat's following around that wants to die, like in Uva.
Oh god, Uva. Someone asked me, like, sent me a message and asked me if I would do like a video where I like reread books that have made me cry. And the first book I thought it was Uva, and I just don't know if I can. I want to do a reread of Uva so I can annotate.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I go to, and I'm like, yes, now is the time. I go to pick it up, and it just makes me so sad on the inside that I just can't do it. Like
I reread it.
Amy and I ugly cried when we read this book.
Ugly.
And the internet did not see it, but we did send pictures of our faces ugly crying to the group chat. So Brittany and Kelsey and whoever the hell else was in there, they all got to experience it.
Yep. And Google decided to make a nice little collage of me bawling my eyes out.
Oh god. It was very not cute, y'all.
To Google that I remember. How much I actually, because I had to reread it for book club, and so I mean I didn't have to reread it, but I chose to reread it for book club. And I used the sound from that from The Office where Michael's like, no doubt about it, I am ready to get hurt again, as I'm like flipping through it. And I was like, I've never been so proud of a short ever in my whole entire life. I'm like flipping through this book.
That book was great. Like I recommend it to everyone. Like you should read it at least once, but also like have tissues. Okay. And I know it doesn't really take much to make me and Amy cry. Okay. We're big criers over here. But like,
yeah.
You know what I'm scared to read? I'm scared to read Sunrise on the Reaping because my brother listened to the audiobook because I got the audiobook. I pre-ordered it off Libro, and my brother was like, hey, can I listen to this? And I said, sure, but do not tell me anything. Like, I don't want it like spoiled. Like, I want to like read this on my own, right? So he was like, okay. This child came home from school. He'd probably been listening to it for like 2 or 3 days. He listens very slow. So like slow for me, I should say. So like it took him a few days to like.
He doesn't speed it up.
He only speeds it up to like 1.2.
Okay.
So like he is dyslexic, so that could be part of it. But he came home and he looked like, no, we don't have a dog, okay? But he looked like our dog had gotten hit or something. Like I was like, are you okay? Like he looked so sad. And he was like, the audacity of this book, right? He's 16 years old. Okay. He's like a big burly 16-year-old. And I was like, oh, I was like, don't spoil anything, but like what happened? And he was like, I was listening to this in class because I got my work done. So like that teacher lets us like listen on our phone or whatever. He's like, so I turned the audiobook on. He's like, I almost started crying in the middle of class.
The audacity.
I literally looked at him and I was like, I am screwed when I read this book. I cannot read this book and I cannot vlog myself reading this book. I'm gonna be crying all over the internet.
Yeah, you are.
And like I am going to make a Hunger Games like vlog where I read. I'm waiting because I need Battles of Songbirds and Snakes first because I'm gonna read the books in chronological order. Because I feel like that's fun, right?
Yeah.
And so it'll be my like 500th read of the original trilogy. It'll be my third read of Ballads, and then it'll be my first read of Sunrise and the Reaping.
So chronological, you mean you're gonna start with Ballad and then Sunrise and then
right, and then the original trilogy.
original
Yeah.
trilogy.
Just to see like how it ties in, because I'm weird. So, but I was like, oh, I can like film B-roll of me like reading these books, right? I can't film B-roll of me reading Sunrise on the Reaping because it's just going to be a bunch of B-roll of me wiping my eyeballs as I try to read my Kindle through my tears.
Fair. Gina's been told they need to read Anna Huang next.
Anna Huang.
Is it Wong? Okay.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Jean. I've read the first 2 in the Twisted series. I liked the first one not very much, and the second one was fine. I've heard that like the further you get in that series, the more you'll like it. I guess. I kind of want to read the Kings of Sin or whatever the hell it is. I don't know. It's the one that's like King of Sloth. It's like all the 7 deadly sins, right? I kind of want to read that. I was going to read it last year so that I could do like the Goodreads choice. But like the one that was on the list was like book 4. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that right now. Thank you so much. So I do want to read that series at some point. And then there's like a soccer one, like a soccer romance. And I kind of want to read that. But I'm not, I don't know. Anna Huang, I don't know. Like Twist, I'm willing to give her another chance with something else. Like the King of Sloth or something, because Twisted was her first series. So I'm willing to give some grace. You know what I'm saying? Got 50%. Yay.
Getting closer to 51%, so I can count it and finally find out who died. Oh, you finally found out who died.
Oh, yeah, because Christina had said during my sprints that this book was not, like, that the main character, like, is very, like, the main female character, because I guess it's dual POV, but the main female character is, like, very one-dimensional, and, like, the whole time she's just talking about how she wants to break up her boss and his wife. So that she can climb the ladder or something. Sounds
like she wants to climb her boss. I'm just...
right. Like, I'm so sorry. Because I was like, oh, I don't love that. Because like I'm also not like a cheating trope girly.
Yeah. Christina, what are you reading?
Oh yeah, a lot of people are reading For the Fans.
For the...
Because I think this was like a side quest or something for Kooky Mayhem. Kindle Mayhem with Kodak.
Okay, yeah.
I think this was like a side quest book.
Oh,
I don't know. My ass thought that this was like a spicy hockey romance. Apparently, it's male basketball football romance. I don't know. It's on my list for Katie to clean out.
Last book was about a Japanese cafe where people went to meet people who had died. They would have one final conversation. So very emotional. The cat was a spiritual guide of sorts.
Absolutely not. I'm so sorry. You can keep that. I don't know. No, that's a book that's just gonna have me crying the entire time. I'm just gonna like start it, just go, just like crying all over the damn place.
So I've heard that Japanese, like publishers are like telling Japanese works, like makers of Japanese works, that there needs to be a cat on the cover for Americans. So like Before the Coffee Gets Cold, there's no cat in the book, but there for sure is a cat on the cover of Before the Coffee Gets Cold.
What? They're like, let's trick the Americans into reading our books.
Because Americans love cats, apparently.
Okay. So like, if you put a cat on the cover, the Americans will read it.
I guess that's the idea. But if you look at a lot of Japanese translated works in America have cats on the cover.
Oh my God.
Or are about cats. Which
I mean, at least
fair for me. Like, I love cats. I do look at covers that have cats on them. Honestly. I mean, I still have to want to read what it's about, but Yeah. I don't know how true that is. It's just stuff I hear. All right. Jean also agrees. Audacity.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that I've seen do like a spoiler-free vlog of Sunrise on the Reaping has been crying. So I'm like, I'm screwed. Like, I'm just gonna be crying. It's fine. I've accepted it, my fate.
Yeah. Mm. All right. It is. Yeah, we're good with an hour, right?
Yes, because we're only 2 hours in. So if we do an hour, then we have another. Yeah, we're good with an hour.
Yeah. So the next one will be shorter, but this one can be an hour. Okay. All right. Happy reading, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. How did you do?
I updated a vlog project that I'm working on.
Nice.
So I did that. And hopefully that can go up in like a week. But anyway, did that, and then that's really it. I did read like 2 chapters. So I'll probably read in Aoife's sprint, but I'm also probably gonna like shower and stuff during Aoife's as well. So
Nice. I did not read a whole lot that time. I walked around trying to stay awake. And then I decided to just set an alarm and I took a nap.
that's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, but I did read some, and so I found this book is by the author that I was talking about, and that's his illustration. Hold on, let me get rid of this for a second. Okay. All right. So that's his
Cool.
illustration style. And it's very like crisscrossy, and it'll be like pages of that, like for days. Not for days, but this is like another one of his books. So it's like this long, but
most of it's pictures.
Most of it is pictures.
Cool.
Like very intricately woven stories and things like that. Like it's just, yeah. Anyway, so I found that. I did read some and took a little nap.
Naps are always good.
Yeah. Yeah. So Chris says it's very true about the cat thing. Japanese publishers have a whole subset of books about cats in public places that they send to the U.S. Mm-hmm. Oh, and also in South Korea as well. I thought it might be true when I heard it, especially when I looked at before the coffee gets cold, and I was like, yeah, there's no cat in this book, but there's a cat on the cover. This doesn't make sense. And some of them do have actual cats like in the book. I don't know. But anyway, this is for the fans.
For the fans, yeah. It's football. I don't know. It started like as a buddy read, and then I think it became like a side. I don't know. But anyway, I thought it was hockey. Okay. Got added to my list. Well, because like the cover of it like reminds me of like a hockey romance. Of like a smutty hockey romance. So I was like, oh, it must be hockey. Did I read the synopsis? No, I didn't. Okay. It's
Oh, okay. Hello. Do you know how to pronounce this name?
Atya.
Atya.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
You're welcome.
That's a beautiful name. Atya is getting some work done and finishing the audiobook of Dragons in a Bag, which looks so cute.
I still need to read that Dragon Cafe book with Brittany. I gotta get with her because.
Oh yeah, I have to read that too.
Well, I need to find out which one to read that. You know what else you and I need to read at some point? That keeps smacking me in the face because like the library keeps giving me the audiobook and then I keep telling it to wait. Better Than the Movies. Because and here's the thing is I forget that I'm supposed to be reading it with you until it shows up, and then it's like never. It's like in the middle of the workday, like I'm like legitimately like working on YouTubey things, and I'm like, oh, I'll message Amy later, and then I never write down to message you, and then I forget until like 3 days later when it is like your hold is available. Okay, because I did grab the audio just in case.
Mm-hmm.
because the library has been very back and forth about whether the audio, like the ebook, is available to me or not. And I do have the physical book, but I'd prefer not to do that.
Right. You are more of the
digital reader. Honestly, I truly prefer to just read on my Kindle. Like if I had, like if somebody said like you have to pick one format, it would take me a little bit longer than audio, but I would choose to read on my Kindle. Especially having 2 Kindles now, because I can have like 2, you know what I mean? I could have 2 books still going.
Yeah.
Audio would be like a close second.
Yeah.
Like physically is always my last resort. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do if I don't get Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. I don't want to listen to that as an audio. I want to read it. But I do own it like as a physical book, but I don't have the ebook. So I should have read it last month, but then I never got the Libby hold. So I was like, it's fine. Like I put it on my Amazing Readathon TBR. And if I don't get it and then that prompt comes up, I'm not going to have any choice but to try to read it physically. And that's going to be the only book I'm going to be able to concentrate on for like that whole leg.
Yeah.
It takes me so much more concentration to read a physical book. And I can't, and my physical books are not as like versatile as my Kindle. Cause like my Kindle, I can like take in the bathtub, or I can like, it's easy enough. Like it fits in every bag I own. So like, it's easy enough for me to throw it like in a bag, but like this book is not, let me just show it to you. This book is a chunky ass book. Like, I don't know. I mean, I do have like a book sleeve that it would fit in, but I'd have to basically like carry a backpack all month in order to like,
yeah,
that's not it. And here's the thing, TBR carts are great until you try to get like a bunch of books in there, and then, but like it's not like a small, it's like a proper book, which like is fine. Like I love me a good Grady Hendrix hardcover, and like I love the cover. You know, I used it for the chilling cover prompt because I don't.
Yeah.
It feels like a chilling cover to me. It's like the hand.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like I know it's shiny. Yeah, but I'm like, what do I put this in to read it?
I'm surprised you have a book sleeve that'll fit that.
I do. I have a couple and I know that it'll fit this because it fits my iPad.
Oh.
And it will fit Bloodguard, which is not too much bigger than this one. Like my big book sleeves that I got. So I only own book sleeves that I bought like during Jan's full moon readathon. Which is coming up soon, I think, if she's doing it this year. And when she's done full moon readathon, she works with one of the small like book sleeve companies, and so that's how I got the book sleeves that I know like this will fit in. But I'm like, where am I going to take this? Like in the car? Like I'm like, absolutely not. Like, because I usually take my Kindle with me like when we leave the house.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of hoping that I get the ebook. I guess I could buy the ebook, but I don't really want to do that.
Yeah.
Since I already own it.
Yeah, since you own it.
Like I really only buy the ebook if like it's a last resort. I'm not really a huge buyer of ebook.
I had this up when I was up north Memorial Day weekend, and I had the audiobook, but then I just started reading it physically, and I'm like, I don't really care to listen to the audiobook. So this is like, I'm legit reading this just with my eyeballs and physically. That is quite a feat, actually.
Well, and the thing is like, I don't tend to read Grady Hendrix with audiobooks anyway, because his books can get a little graphic for me to want to like listen to.
Oh yeah.
Which I kind of learned like the hard way with the vampire book that I can't remember the name of. It's Southern
Guide to
that the really ridiculous long one. I listened to that. That was like one of the first audiobooks I listened to. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th audiobook I'd ever really like listened to once I, got into doing booktube and stuff. And I listened to it at work because I didn't realize like how graphic it would be. And there's like a lot of like critter things in that book.
Ooh.
Like bugs and stuff, and I was like, I don't really, and I was like, ooh, like I don't want to. It's one thing to like read it because like if I need a break, I can easily just like look away for a second. But like when you're listening to it, it's harder to like get away. Does that make sense? Like, so there's just something I just prefer.
Yeah, well, because you never know how far you should go to skip it. When you're
right, like at least like with a physical or like even an ebook, I can kind of like scan it and like figure out like, do I need, like, is this pertinent enough to the story that I need to just get through it? Because like Bloodguard, there was a part in Bloodguard where we got like most of a chapter where she was like healing him, like in the first couple chapters, she's like healing his old wounds, but there was like, he had a lot of scars that had trapped infection essentially, and there's like a lot of graphicness in this book about like, because she's a healer, right? So there's just from her POV just like a lot of graphicness of like what she's having to do and like what it looks like and stuff, which like it is pertinent to the story because it comes up quite a few times throughout, like with his healing and stuff. But I did have to like take a break for a second because I was like, this is so gross. Like I know that that's like a thing that can happen, and dude is a gladiator, so of course. But like, and I know that like if you don't properly heal wounds, like they can scar over, like they can trap infection in them, right? Like I'm not
yeah.
But I was just like, ugh. But I was like, if I was listening to this as an audiobook, bro, I would be so grossed out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I had a dry spot on my leg, so I was putting lotion on my leg. Oh. All right. At page 392, getting close to 400, might be able to finish before I go to bed. Probably. Hello. Oh, okay. And Coda must be sprinting too.
Yeah, I think they're sprinting. He's sprinting for Cookie, I think.
Cool. Yeah, show some love over there.
Show everyone the love, people.
Show everyone the love. Spread it all over the place. Since the last time we chatted.
Yes. A month ago.
I reached a milestone.
You reached a milestone?
Since the last time, not since the last time we chatted tonight, but since the last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got 1,000 followers.
Yes, girl.
Wow.
Yes. I am not quite there, but we're getting closer.
You are.
Yeah. So it's fine. I'm not like, honestly, like I'm not super stressed about it, to be honest. Yeah. But I'm at 984. I know I have gotten a couple of people that have subscribed like since 24-hour sprint started, like today. So thank you to those people.
Nice.
But yeah, we're gonna get there. You know.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. You got 200K. Yeah. 1K. Yes.
I know. Well, I think because my friends Lindsay and Sarah, they do this book list Thursday. Yeah. And so they had me do 5-star predictions with them on May 1st. And so May 1st, I put up my video and I had like 592 or 992 at that point. I put up my video and I had 1,000 by like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think it has a lot to do with Lindsay and Sarah. Well, and obviously I was building it up because of doing things like this and, you know, like things like that. So like, yeah, definitely had a lot of help.
Yay.
So yeah, but
my goal is to hit 1K by the end of the year. I think I guess like, I mean, we're not even halfway through quite yet. Yeah. So like, I'm sure that I can still like do it. I'm not like super stressed about it, but I know people have been asking for like the memberships because I know that people like the memberships because you get the little like sticker badge things next to your name. So like I understand like the appeal. I will say like if I do the memberships, Patreon will still be an option because you're gonna get the same perks either way. Does that make sense? Because there are like already people like in the Patreon. So like I don't want to like cancel the Patreon. Like you're gonna get the same perks, like no matter. It would be too much for me to do like different perks for the membership. Like that would be crazy.
That would be a lot for
the
you.
only thing that you're really gonna get if you were to jump from Patreon to the memberships are like the little badge things next to your name, like where it tells you like how long you've been like a member or whatever. But like I mean I can open them back up if y'all want them. I closed them because I had moved to Patreon instead.
Right. Yeah.
But I mean I can do both, like that's fine. But I just like feel like it's important for people to know like you're gonna get the same. You're not gonna get anything really different from the memberships than you are from Patreon itself, like other than like,
recognition.
Yeah, like I'll even design like cute little like I don't know like hockey themed badges or something so that like they do like match the theme of my thing.
That's adorable.
I think that's really like I think that's the only difference really.
Yeah.
Between Patreon and the YouTube memberships is that YouTube is in control of it, so they can like show. Yeah. And I mean, you can do like members only stuff too, like through YouTube.
Yeah.
But again, like I would just share links and stuff to the Patreon. So theoretically you should still be able to join it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm confused at how memberships work.
I mean, so when I got monetized at like when you get like the partial monetization at like 500 or whatever the hell that was, like when I started YouTube, you could get the partial monetization at like 500. So you could open memberships and I could access like the super chat, super sticker thing where people can like send you like money like during like a live stream.
Right.
Okay. So I had opened those up, but then I was like, well, this seems dumb, so I closed them. Like just because like I don't know, like I'm not good at promoting myself, right? So it felt weird like having these like super chat super stickers, but then people started asking why I didn't have them, and by then like we were in the midst of like moving, and so I was like I will mess with this like when I have time, and I just haven't had like a lot of time to like sit down and like refigure out like the super chat thing. But then people had asked for memberships because I had memberships. And then after talking to some friends that have run both memberships and Patreon, they said that Patreon for them was better. So I was like, okay, maybe I do Patreon then. But then when I switched to Patreon, people were like, why don't we have memberships anymore? So I don't know if like giving an option is good because like I do follow a couple of channels, not in the book community, but I follow a couple of channels like outside the book community that offer both, but you get the same perks on both. So like no matter where you join, like you're paying the same amount of money, you're getting the same thing or whatever. And then what they do is they like how my end screen says like thank you to my patrons or whatever.
Right.
It'll say like thank you to my patrons / members, but then they just list them because like I don't list by the tier. I did when I first did Patreon, I would list people underneath their tier, but then I was like, that's dumb. I don't want to. That's dumb. So like, now I just put
pay this much, and these people pay this
right. Like, and I was like, I get like why some people do that, like where they differentiate. But I was like, but if I'm gonna do that, then I should just make it so that like you only end up on the end screen if you're like a top contributor. But I also didn't like that idea. So like if you pay $1 a month, like you could pay me 50 cents. I don't think Patreon allows you to do that, but you could pay me like literally less than the $2 tier, right? Which is like that's like my base tier, right?
Okay.
And I would still put you on the end cap. Like if you are paying anything at all, if you're a free member, I don't put you in the thing at the end. There's no perks to being a free member. I think you can do some stuff. I don't know. I need to look into it because the free members.
Sure, you can.
I think you can, but I need to actually like look into this because the only other thing I've ever run a Patreon for was my podcast I have with my dad, and there was no free tier back then. Like, you could follow a page, but you didn't get anything for that.
Mm-hmm.
It would basically just send you, like, if you followed a page, it would just send you like Patreon would send you a newsletter every month recapping the things that you missed, and then it would say like upgrade or whatever. So you could do
all the stuff you could have had,
right? But like the free tier, like, and I only actually follow one person. And that's because I've literally watched her for years and years. And I do occasionally like jump into her Patreon. Like I will like subscribe for like 6 months and then jump back out because she does a lot of like bonus content stuff that goes with the stuff that she's already doing on YouTube. So like we get a lot of free stuff anyway, like via YouTube, but then usually it's like extra content to the videos she's already uploaded because she's a commentary channel.
Yeah.
So like if she commentates on somebody, she'll like elaborate in she calls them after school specials, but she'll elaborate in the after school special on Patreon so you can get like more information. Does that make sense? But I was like, it's stupid to like class everybody. Like that just feels so gross.
Well, I think if there's something like there's probably a reason to do it. And
probably, but I was like, so everybody's just on my end cap in alphabetical order.
Right.
Because then you see your name and thank you so much for your contribution of $2, $4, $6, or $8 or however much you pay. And that's it. Because like at first I did, like I had like Puck Bunnies and then I'd have like everyone that paid $2. And then I'd have like, what's the next one? Friends with Benefits. And then you'd have like all of them. And then the girlfriends and all that. And I was like, this just seems stupid. Like this just seems very classist. You know what I mean? So like you get that. But then like top tier patrons get my week in the life vlogs. Like it's 4, 6, basically the top 3 tiers get the week in the life vlogs. But then like the further up you go, there's other stuff you get. Like I do like a smut, which I need to film this, but I do like a smut recap for the month for the top tier patrons, which I need to film for this month. And that's basically just, I mean, I don't think I really read any smut this month. Oh yeah, I did. I left it. I only read one smut book because it put me off. It was like the VeggieTales smut, and I didn't realize that it was like actually VeggieTales smut. Like I thought people were just calling that because like it's called, I don't even want to tell you what it's called, but it has a cucumber and tomato on the front. So I thought they were calling it that because of that.
Yeah.
But there are actual VeggieTales references in this book. And it just did not sit very well with me.
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
And this same author wrote like a Shrek smut, which is fine because like right. Shrek in my head is inherently like a family movie, right? So like you as a parent, you would watch this with your children, theoretically. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
And like there's inherently adult themes in Shrek.
Yes.
I rewatched VeggieTales because Ari watches VeggieTales, but I'm not usually one to like, I haven't watched VeggieTales, like really sat down and like watched it in like 15 years, right? So yeah. I was like, let me go back and like rewatch because I was like, maybe I missed something like as a child, like maybe I missed something. And there is like inherently adult themes in this show. There are no adult themes in this show. Yeah. Like this show is literally breaking down the Bible for children.
Right.
And I was like, I am so good on this. Like, it was a fun ride for the first 69 pages, but I can't continue. I can't. Like, and the thing is like some of the references were like a little bit funny. Like, they made like the reference to the like, where is my hairbrush? They did that. And like, that was funny to me. But then like, I did make myself read through until we got to like the first like smut scene. Mm-hmm. And it made me feel so gross. Like I was like, I even said, like, if you look at my what is that called? My highlight on Instagram, because I do a highlight where I take a picture of a book. Like as I finish books, I usually it's like once a week that I do this, okay? Or once a month. But basically I take a picture of all the books that I've read and I put my rating. That way, like if people are like, oh, what books did you read for 2025? I can tell them to go like look at the highlight. Like that's the easiest way for people to see. And I put that I DNF this book, and then I did write a little blurb that was like inherent, like things that are inherently for children are just something that should not be made into smut. Like I understand what the author was trying to do with it, but it did not work for me because inherently VeggieTales is for children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I did have somebody ask me, like, well, you read the Shrek smut, which, like, no, I will not. But that's because I know how it ends, and I'm not really okay with, like, the trope that's in the end. No, thank you. So, which Crystal ruined it for me because I asked her to, because I had heard some things and I wanted to know. And then she's like, yeah, you're not going to really like it because, like, this trope is at the end. So I'm not going to read that. But I would read a Shrek smut. Just like I will read a Beauty and the Beast retelling that is, like, smutty. Like, I will. But inherently, that has adult themes in it.
Right.
It's not.
And there's, like, jokes in Shrek that are very, like, adult centric.
Right. Like, in VeggieTales, like, nothing. I watched so many episodes of VeggieTales, you guys. Like, I watched so many because I was like, maybe I've missed something. So, like, I went back and I watched, like, the Silly Songs with Larry. I watched like Esther, the Girl Who Became Queen, because I was like, if any of them are gonna have like adult themes in them, it's gonna be that. And like the most adult thing that happens in Esther is that, like, instead of executing people, they send them to the land of perpetual tickling. So like the Grim Reaper character comes through with like this giant feather and is like and like tickles them into oblivion. But I was like, nothing about this is like inherently adult. Like obviously, like we see Esther like marry the king, but like that's the Bible story. That doesn't make it an adult themed thing. And I think they also use the my God is bigger than the boogeyman reference too. And I was like, and like that was like in reference to like our two male like our two men, okay, that are supposed to be like Larry and Bob. Okay, they're priests who are like clearly gay. Like they are clearly gay, which is fine. Like I love a gay book, but they are clearly gay for each other, but like trying to not be gay, you know, which that's damaging. But all right, they're Catholic priests, so like you can tell that they're gay, and like it's in reference to I think the Bob character. His name is not Bob. His name is Roberto, and then the Larry character is Laurent. Like it's a little too but like Laurent says something to Roberto and Roberto answers in reference to whatever it is that Laurent says about like gayness, and says we can get through anything, my God is bigger than the boogeyman. And I was like, no, that is literally that song. Okay, listen, I sing that song to Ari basically every night. Okay, she loves that song, and so we sing that song before she goes to bed. Okay, judge me if you want, I don't really care. I guess I'm 33 years old and I know every single word of that song. Okay, I could sing it without the music. You're welcome. I'm not going to on the internet. That's embarrassing, but I'm just saying. And that song is literally about a child who watches a scary movie after being told by his parents not to, and then has nightmares. That's what that song is about. Absolutely not. I don't know. So I have to sit down and like film that. I guess that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm just going to be like, this book was not for me. I don't know. I mean, it's fine. Like I'm not
definitely not for me.
Yeah, no, don't. I'm not, and I'm not judging anybody that does read it and like likes it. There were a lot of like 4 and 5 stars for this book. Something about it just did not.
Fine.
Something about it just did not sit well in my soul. Maybe because like I grew up with VeggieTales, so like
yeah, like I don't think that I could read smut about the Babysitter's Club.
Right. Like that's the thing is like and like that's like a good example too because like the Babysitters Club, I mean not that I don't know anybody that's written smut about that, but like the baby that's a good example though, but something like that or like Sweet Valley High, you know what I'm saying? Like I couldn't read smut like even if they were all aged up, it would not work for me because like inherently it was written for children.
Right. And I read it as a child.
Yeah. Which I mean in reality, like Beauty and the Beast, like if we're looking at like the Disney version, came out in 1991, right? So I grew up my whole life watching that movie because quite literally it came out a month after I was born. Okay, we basically had the same birthday. So that's fine, but like inherently, like as an adult, Beauty and the Beast has adult themes in it.
Yeah, a lot of adult themes.
Or like some people said like, oh, but you will read. Like I've had people,
and it's also based on like a fairy tale that is very much adult centered,
right? And like some people have come at me for like reading like the Emily McIntyre series, the Never After series, because those are all fairy tale retellings, but like without the magic, right? So like you have like Peter Pan, you have Aladdin, which I haven't read that one yet, but you have like Peter Pan, you have Hamlet, which is the Lion King is Hamlet, okay?
Right.
Okay. And then you have Hexed, the very last one that she wrote, it was The Little Mermaid. The one before that was Hunchback of Notre Dame. But like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, why did we make this movie for children? I'm just
how was that?
Listen, when I was pregnant with Ari, I rewatched a bunch of Disney movies from my childhood because I was like, let me be proactive, like as a parent. And on it, Ari didn't get screens until she was over a year old. So it wasn't like a thing of like she was having screens all the time. But I wanted to be able to vet some Disney movies so that I knew like what I could introduce her to like a little bit at a time. Hunchback of Notre Dame, growing up, my favorite movie, other than Beauty and the Beast. Like it was those two were my favorite.
Yeah.
Okay. This was before the days of Tiana. All right. So that's what I had for colored girls on Disney. That wasn't like inherently, well, Hunchback of Notre Dame is pretty problematic, but you know what I mean.
But I think Hunchback of Notre Dame, it's more like recognizing that it's problematic.
Okay. So
in a lot of ways.
So I sat down at 26 years old and watched this movie and like really watched it. And I called my mother. I'm joking. Called my mother and was like, Mom, what the hell is wrong with you? And she said, what do you mean? So I'm talking to her and I said, you allowed me to watch Hunchback of Notre Dame. I grew up my whole life watching this movie. This movie came out in like, I don't know, 1995 or something. Mm-hmm. From ages 8 to 12, I was Esmeralda every year for Halloween. From 8 to 12. And my mom was like, oh, well, we didn't really, back then, like, it was Disney, so we just assumed it was fine. I said, Mother, I know that you heard me walking around the house singing, what is that song called? Hellfire, the villain song? I was just walking around just casually singing about be with me or I'm going to burn you at the stake. You didn't think there was something wrong with that. And my mom was like, well, back then we didn't really. Ari has never watched the movie to this day. It's one of my favorite movies. Absolutely not. I told her she can't watch until she's 16 because I'm so sorry. Like it is. I never thought a Disney movie could give me R-word vibes. And that movie.
The only kiddish thing about that is the 3 dancing gargoyles. That's it.
Like
everything else is
the literal abuse that we watch Quasimodo go through.
Yes. Ugh.
Absolutely not. I was like, what? I was like, this is the worst. That's why, like, now, like, when people are like, oh my gosh, Turning Red, which I do let Ari watch, which is about, like, puberty, right? And people are like, oh, I could never let my child watch this because it's about puberty and we don't talk about those things. And I'm like, did y'all watch Hunchback of Notre Dame? Because I did. And let me tell you. Or like Hocus Pocus. I did not realize how raunchy Hocus Pocus was until Rainey and I did the Hocus Pocus readathon. And we did a watch along of Hocus Pocus and Hocus Pocus 2. Because we were like, oh, because it was the year Hocus Pocus 2 came out.
Right. Yeah.
And Hocus Pocus 2 was really being pushed as like, oh, it's not a remake, it's a continuation, which it was, but it was much more child friendly. The bus scene in Hocus Pocus, y'all, they are literally talking to this man about making children.
I mean, they don't realize. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they were like, can you give us, like, they don't realize that that's what they're insinuating to this man. Like, they want to kidnap the children. But they say to him, like, can you give us children? We desire children. And he's like, it might take me a few tries. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm sitting here watching this with Ari because Ari was like, can I watch it with you? And I was like, of course. Yes, girl. I was embarrassed for myself. Like Rainey and I were texting each other and she was like, do you remember any of this? And I was like, no.
Oh my gosh. I remembered all of that.
I don't like, and I don't know if like inherently because like it came out in 1993, right? So like maybe we were like desensitized to it because like we grew up our whole lives watching
100% 80s.
Because there's also like
totally
the Jim Henson movie, The Dark Crystal, is the scariest thing I've ever watched in life.
The Dark Crystal, The Labyrinth.
I grew up watching The Labyrinth and The Dark Crystal both, and I do not know how I did not have nightmares.
The Goonies is pretty.
The Dark Crystal had to have given me nightmares the first couple times I watched it. It had to have. Because as an adult watching it, it scares me. Because I was like, oh, The Dark Crystal. I loved this movie growing up. And then I watched it and I was like, this is the scariest thing I've ever watched. Or like The Page Master. The Page Master was scary as hell.
I never saw that one.
That was a Macaulay Culkin movie.
Speaking of Macaulay Culkin movies, My Girl.
Yeah. It was a Macaulay Culkin movie, probably actually like in the same era as My Girl.
Okay,
but
I remember hearing about it, but I never saw it, but yeah.
And who is the guy? I can't remember who the guy was that he played. Like, he was an older, like, I mean, he was like old to me back then too, but like he might even be dead now. I don't know. Hold on, let me look it up.
Christopher Lloyd.
Yes. That's who it was. Yes. And
I always guess it's Christopher Lloyd.
He played he was like a librarian.
Okay.
Because Macaulay Culkin goes to the library, he runs away from home or whatever, and because he's always running away from home or getting left at home. Poor Macaulay Culkin, like he had to have had this is why he did drugs, friends, because he had so much trauma from the movies that he made. He's doing
so well.
He's doing great now, but I'm just saying.
Really worked on himself.
They really set him up with the movies that they cast him in. So he runs away from
home, getting left at home, dying.
Right. So he runs away from home. He bikes to the library and he gets trapped in the library.
Ooh.
And then he like goes through this whole thing and like there's like paint that like melts off the wall and he becomes like a cartoon and then he has to go on this like adventure. Like half the movie is cartoon. Like he has to go on this adventure through the library and like through these books to like escape the library. I don't know. It's creepy as hell. It's so scary. Like I don't know why we made this for children. I mean, it's a great movie.
Right. Well, I mean, even one just came into my head and now I can't. Like the Goonies is actually pretty raunchy too. And
yeah,
like there's so many. Oh, Willy Wonka.
The original Willy Wonka.
The tunnel scene in Willy Wonka.
Here's the thing. So apparently
scary.
When people saw that in the theater, it made them sick, like physically ill.
I don't doubt it.
Like, could you imagine watching that on the big screen?
Oh my god!
And the thing is like I knew about that, and then like where I used to live in Florida, they had a $2 movie place. So on it, I think it was like Tuesdays or Fridays or something. You could go in and you could watch like an old movie for $2. Like they never showed new movies. It was old. And I remember they showed Willy Wonka, and I said absolutely effing not, because it was literally reported that like it was such a visceral experience. The tunnel like rainbow boat thing that happens that people were literally throwing up in the theater. Absolutely not.
Ugh.
And here's the thing is like Willy Wonka, like as a movie, right? Like I mean it's a book, obviously, but like to make that into like a cinematic movie, wonderful. Okay. And I've loved honestly all of the reiterations of it that they've done. Like they did like the remake with Johnny Depp, and then they just did the new Wonka movie that's like
I want to see that. I haven't seen that, but I want to see it.
If you have Max, it's on there.
Okay.
Because that's how Ari watches it. And it's a musical, actually, like a full-blown like
is it
musical? And it's his like it's Willy Wonka's origin story. So like if you like origin stories, like I don't know, it's such a cute like, I thought it was such a cute movie. And the guy that they picked to play Willy Wonka really, I think, encapsulated both Jesus, who is it that played the original Willy Wonka?
Gene Wilder.
Thank you. I was gonna say Gene Simmons, and I was like, that is not it. That he is from Kiss, ma'am. Relax.
There were so many famous Genes in our
era. Gene Wilder, like I feel like he encapsulated the spirit of like Gene Wilder, and also like what Johnny Depp did with the character, and then like also made it his own thing. Like he really did well at like encapsulating
like he would be really good.
Yeah, like like in my opinion, I mean, Ari won't watch the movie with me because it makes me cry. So I got to watch it with her. I mean, I watched it by myself, but I watched it one time with her, and then she said, "Mom, I can't watch the movie with you anymore." That's basically what happens. Like I cry at movies, and she's like, but then she will be like, "Can you watch Toy Story 4 with me?" And then we get to the end, and she's like, "Don't cry," which I wasn't going to, and then you said something. So,
yeah.
Infinity and Beyond and all that shit. Like, thank you. But I think that the movie is so good, but also like, what were we thinking making this for children? At least the original one, you know what I mean? We had like kids being juiced. You know what I mean? Like the original Willy Wonka actually scares Ari. She will not watch it because she says that the Oompa Loompas scare her. But then the way that Violet blows up into a blueberry in the original is so much more grotesque than in like the remake.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then like it's a way more like grotesque thing. I don't know how to describe it if you've never seen it and like compared the two, but like even though it's kind of more realistic in the remake because the CGI was better, right? It's like scarier in the original, I think, because the CGI was not as good.
So like when the CGI is really good, like you can tell that it's CGI, but it still is like amazing. Whereas like it almost seemed almost too real.
Too much. Yeah. And so she won't watch the original, which I mean, the original Oompa Loompas.
Kind of freaky. And there's a lot of problematic stuff with that whole like forcing them into servitude stuff.
Yeah. Which they changed the narrative of that in the remake. If you watch the remake, they changed the narrative of it.
I did.
It's more of like a they agreed, like Willy Wonka asked them, like he went there to find the cocoa, whatever the hell it's called, and then like the bean to make the chocolate. And then he like asked them to come back with him and like said like, I'll pay you, I'll do this, I'll do that, in order for them, because he could not grow the bean.
Right.
Like they had to do it. And so like they do change the narrative a bit to make it not what the original was. Cause like the original, they were definitely like
Yeah, he was like, I took him with me, but I treat him really well. I'm like, okay, you sound like a slave owner.
Right. Yeah, because I do remember that they like changed the narrative in the remake. Because I preferred the remake for that aspect of it, because I was like, okay, well, like at least y'all knew that this was. It's kind of like when they remade Aladdin, like they changed the narrative of who Jafar is, because like in the original Disney movie, he's like the creepy pedo uncle. That's like I want, but like in the remake, the live action remake, he was more of just like this power hungry right hand man. He didn't really, so like
I thought he was the right hand man, and
he is, but if you go watch the original Aladdin, go watch it, because
okay.
he definitely comes off as like yes, he is the right hand man, but he definitely comes off throughout most of it as like the creepy, like the uncle that's not really the uncle, so he thinks that like it's okay to be
like the uncle that is coming over, so you have to make sure that you have more clothes on.
Yes, that's how he comes off in the original.
Yeah, I can see it.
Because the whole narrative in the original is that the goal that he has is if he marries her, then he will like have power or whatever.
Right.
Which it's a similar narrative in the remake, but it's more of like, well, I know that if I marry you, then you become queen or sultan or whatever the fuck it is. But also like he just cares about the power. Mm-hmm. He doesn't really care whether he marries her or not to get the power.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like he knows that like in the end, like he's been told like the only way that you can have the power is to marry Jasmine or whatever. But it's more of like a, how can I get the power without marrying her? Because he just kind of wants her to like be quiet and like sit back and like not say anything type thing, which is why she gets like her own, woman empowerment song, which a lot of people were like, why do all these princesses need women empowerment songs? Because we don't always need a man. You know what I'm saying? We don't always need a man to come and like rescue us from the whatever.
That's why I love the Whatever After series by Sarah Mlynowski. Mm-hmm. If Ari likes fairy tales,
she does.
She would love this series.
Okay.
And it's kind of like a 3rd, 4th grade reading level. Kind of starts at. Like it would be a fun one to read with you, Mm-hmm. But like it's this brother and sister, and they find a magic mirror in their basement that takes them into fairy tales, and they screw it up somehow, and then they have to try to fix it, but they can't fix it back to the original.
She's listened to a couple of these on audio because the audios are only like 2 hours long.
Fun. They're so fun.
They're super short audiobooks because I just pulled it up on Amazon. Because your synopsis made me think that she'd read this before, because they have the box set for $20 of the first 6 books, or maybe there's only 6 books. I don't know.
No, there's like 14 at this point.
But okay, yeah, it looks like so it looks like when you go down to like the customers also bought, they're like suggesting Emily Winsnap also.
Yeah, I heard really good things about that one too.
She Tales of Land and Sea. But yeah, she found these on Libby, because sometimes I just let her like look through my Libby, like the kids or whatever, and she seemed to like them.
They're so good, and they always come out with like they fix it in a way that's like very like woman empowering, and sometimes they like still get married, so it's not like you can't be a powerful woman and get married. That narrative needs to stop too.
I also agree like that narrative needs to end, because like especially because like people will say like, oh, the feminist movement, they don't want you to stay at home. No, the feminist movement wants you to do whatever you want to do. That's what we want you to do. We want you to do what makes you
Want you to
happy.
be able
But we don't
to-
want you to feel like as a woman or as a man or whatever that you have like a specific role that you're supposed to play. Like we want you to do what you want to do.
Right.
If you are a woman who wants to stay home and make sourdough bread, which honestly sounds great to me, that sounds like a wonderful lifestyle. You do that. If you want to work outside the house, you do that too. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what we want.
And
so like I feel like
have
it's
a
weird that
conversation
people will be
with
like,
your partner as to how you are dividing everything out. And
right.
you know,
Yes.
like where it's not just the partner.
But you can also get married and have a career as a woman.
Right.
Like getting married doesn't mean that you have to like change your entire core self and be like, oh well, now my only calling is to be a wife and mother.
Right. But if that's what you want,
if that's what you want to do, great. But you getting married does not inherently mean that you have to do.
But that's what I love, because sometimes the princess still ends up with the prince, but she's more empowered to be
her. Honestly,
you know, like it always like really like I really like it how they just like always wraps up in this nice way, you know. I just think it's fun.
I mean, in all reality, one day, you know how Snow White says, someday my prince will come. One day I hope for that. But you know, here's the thing. I've been seeing so many people. Well, here's the thing though, also, is I feel like the like, what is it? Gen Z, is that after millennials? The ones younger than me? Yeah. Because I'm a millennial. Okay. I feel like Gen Z.
I'm like on the cusp of X.
Yeah. So I feel like Gen Z has made it so that we as millennials feel like we can wait a little bit longer to do certain things, because the amount of people that I have seen that are my age or even a little bit older than me that are like just now getting married, just now having kids, which like great for you. You know what I'm saying? Like I literally just saw a singer actually that I follow on Instagram, and she just posted that she's pregnant. Now they've been trying for like 3 years to get pregnant, and they did like IVF, but she got pregnant, right? And I was like, you know what? Things like this give me so much hope. Like seeing people like in their 30s or like 40s, whatever, like getting married only for the first time at like 30, 35, 40, whatever. I'm like, okay, girl, you have time though. Because like I've never been married. Okay. So like I had a lot of friends, like a lot of friends that I have that are married, got married when we were like 21, 22. I was going to a lot of weddings between like high school, what would have been high school graduation. So like 18 and 25. I was going to a lot of fucking weddings. And I was like, where's my man? Blah, blah, blah. Right. And then I just had like crappy relationships. I mean, not all of them were. Like, there was like one that was okay, but it just didn't really work out like the way it should have. But then like this last one that I just got out of, okay. People know that we're broken up. They just don't know the details. I'll send you the details. But that just went left real quick. You know what I'm saying? And then I had people like Kelsey that were like, girl, you know what I'm saying? But also like nobody knew enough. That was the thing. Because I seem to keep things a little bit like,
because there's a difference between, well, I got a weird vibe and
the raps, yeah.
I can actually see it, you know?
Yeah. So I was like, okay, clearly, like by the end, like people were seeing things. Like, I mean, I had already been seeing things. I was just trying to figure out how to like escape. But other people were seeing things too. So I'm just like, you know what? You have time to do what you do. Just, it's fine. And honestly, if I die alone with 25 cats, that's fine too.
Well, I mean, you have Ari, who will be your friend, as well as your daughter.
Yeah, she told me earlier she was like, I know I'm your daughter, but I'm still a friend.
So sweet. Like,
okay. Thank
so
you.
adorable.
Thank you so much.
She just like curls up into you.
Thank you for being a friend. That's what I always want to say to her whenever she says something like that. I just want to be like, thank you for being a friend. But she won't understand the reference. And so
Right. You almost feel like, thanks, Blanche.
Right. She'll be like, what are you talking about, Mom? I'll be like, nothing.
A fun new nickname I wanted to. I always make the reference whenever my students come in and they're like, so what are we going to do today? I'm like, same thing we do every day. Try to take over the world. And they're like, what?
They're like, what are you talking about?
Oh, you guys are so...
You are so weird.
So...
And I'm like, no, you're just so young, okay?
I'm so sad for you. Yeah, we just pretty much just gave up on the whole reading thing.
It's fine. We'll go read with Aoife.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I will make it, but...
And truthfully, I think if we'd done another sprint, Amy might not have come back.
Right.
So it's fine.
That is the what's going to happen is we're going to end these sprints and I am not going to be able to sleep. That is what's going to happen.
That's usually how it happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Aoife's going to be like, Neva, you should go take a nap. And I'm going to lay there for like 3 hours and then get up and she's going to be like, did you sleep? And I'm going to be like, no.
Yeah. As soon as I have the permission to sleep, can't do it. Can't. Nope. Christina went to lay down and watch a movie, maybe sleep. Oh, sore throat, losing the voice. Oh, I hate that. Leaving the playlist running. Nice. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, all the reminders again, because Christina cares.
She does.
Yes. Sleep well and take care. Absolutely. All right. We have 8 minutes to kill yet before the next part starts.
Are you doing Amazing Readathon?
Okay.
Let's talk about that for 8 minutes.
Yeah. I always think it looks so fun, right?
Yeah.
But I have Badger Girl State right in the middle. And I can't be in a competitive readathon.
So let me appeal to
I
you.
was told
there is a non-competitive team this year.
Right. So I'm like, maybe I should.
That you're literally, I think that you're still following. I don't remember exactly how this goes because I am not on the non-competitive team because I am indebted to Katie. So
my friend Krista, who I host Catch-a-Thon with, is the host of the
so I think you can still, I think basically what you're doing is you're just reading for to read, basically. So you're still following the prompts and stuff like everybody else. Mm-hmm. But there's not the competitiveness of win or lose type thing in it. And so I don't even think I think if you're on the non-competitive team, you can even move forward without completing. You can continue on, I think is how that works. I think. I mean, don't take my word for it. I can send you information. I'll send you I'll find Brianna's thing. I'll just send you the link to it because she explains it. I am not on the non-competitive side. I am, in fact, on the lore keepers, which is fine because, again, I'm indebted to Katie. But also, I have so many good books that I'm reading for this that I think it will be okay because, I'm buddy reading 2 books. I'm buddy reading Leather and Lark with Katie, and then I'm buddy reading Unloved. Is that what it's called? With Brittany, which I know that's going to rip out my heart because we read the first book in that series. Hold on, I'm about to look for you because I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's a hockey. It's blue. It's like a hockey romance. That doesn't help you at all. Unsteady.
I do like hockey romance.
So we read Unsteady, and no one warned us. Katie read this book and did not warn us that this was gonna literally rip our hearts out.
Oh no.
So Brittany and I were reading this, and she was like, "Did anyone tell you that this was going to be so hard hitting?" And I'm like, "No." As I'm crying.
Oh no!
It's fine. It was a great book. 6 stars. So we're gonna read Unloved, which apparently is even more hard hitting than unsteady. I don't know how that's possible.
I mean, unloved seems a lot more.
Yeah, so that's what that's the second book in the series. That's the book in the second book in the series. So we're reading that, and then I'm reading Leather and Lark with Katie for Amazing Readathon, and then I had commented on her video, and I need to comment back and let her know that yes, I do want to read Scythe and Sparrow with her in July, because that will finish out another series, so that I'll get another $5.
You, oh my gosh!
But because I have Scythe and Sparrow as a physical book, I don't own the ebook, so I'm gonna put that just on hold at the library. I will buy the ebook eventually because I do own the other two in ebook format, so like I might as well have the whole series, you know what I'm saying? But I think those are the only ones this month that I'm like actively buddy reading, like unless somebody swoops. I mean, I can always change my TBR if I need to, but I think those are the only two that I'm like actively. Yeah, because Wild and Wrangled was supposed to be a buddy read, but Kelsey ended up reading it, and Brainy and I did not. It's fine. So that is actually like it's on my TBR this month because I got family friend pick, and Kelsey is the one that got picked. So I said, "Do you want me to read the women, or do you want me to read something else?" And she was like, "Wild and Wrangled," which you don't get taken off the wheel. Like if you get picked for family friend pick, you stay on the wheel. Like I'm not switching people out for the wheel. So at some point, Kelsey might come back around. And then I'm kind of scared to read The Stars Are Dying because it has like a 3 point something rating.
Ooh.
But that's one of the things, like one of the prompts is a book with a low rating that you still think you will love.
I mean, I love low-rated books.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm hoping that I love this one, because if I'm gonna love anything, it's gonna be something that no one else likes. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, because there's 10 prompts in total. Now, I don't know that I'll read 10 books, but theoretically, I might be able to, because at least, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of these I know for a fact I can do on audio.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other 6 are like up in the air because like I'm not doing Leather and Lark on audio. That's a no. There's too much giggling and growling for me. Witchcraft for Wayward Girls, I prefer not to do on audio. Honestly.
That's the Grady Hendrix.
Yeah. And then Electric Idol I won't do on audio because apparently it's the same narrators for the entire series. And I did Neon Gods on audio, and I ended up listening to Persephone's part. And then I ended up listening to Hades POV and reading Persephone's because it was dual POV or duet or whatever the hell that is, where they like they read not their own parts. So like Persephone, that narrator reads her chapters completely. And every time she did Hades' voice, she sounded like a 72-year-old smoker.
Oh.
And I was like, this is not like Hades is supposed to be like sexy in this book.
Yeah.
No, thank you. But then I don't know if I can get Between Wrath and Mercy as an audio. I think I can, because I think when I pulled it up on my audio, when I pulled it up on my Kindle app, it was like suggested to me as an audiobook. Like it had the little audiobook emblem in the top corner. So it may be a book where it's like included, because I'm pretty sure I didn't buy it. I mean, maybe I did. Who knows?
I mean, there's quite a few that have the audiobook included with Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, so this one might be one that is included with Premium Plus, because I don't, or with Kindle Unlimited, because I don't have Premium Plus anymore because I don't deal with Amazon at this point. So every time I open up Audible, because I have like ones that I've bought, right? Every time I open up Audible, it's like sign up for Premium Plus. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, I will if they give it to me for 99 cents again.
I mean, if y'all want, that's what I'm saying. Like, if y'all want to give me 3 months for 99 cents, sure, let's go.
Right. Yeah.
Because by the 3rd month, I'll forget, and then I'll just be like paying $15 a month anyway.
Oh.
It'll be fine. But like, but it's not. I don't know. It's not really worth it to me since I can get most of the stuff that I want to read elsewhere.
Right. It's just like those few that are not few. I mean, there's quite a few that are Audible original or Audible.
They updated this, and I do not like it.
What?
They updated Audible.
Oh.
So now when you open it, okay, we'll talk about this really quick, and then we'll go because you are sleepy. Okay, so you know how before it would show like blank hours left or whatever, and then like you would go down and it would show like how many hours. Now it has it like this. So it's like 3 hours and whatever minutes, and then out of 9 hours and whatever minutes.
Oh, depending on how fast you're reading it.
I don't know. Let me see if that changes if I change the speed, though. That's the thing.
It does. Yeah.
Humid June mornings.
Wow, that is real slow. So it doesn't look like it doesn't change it on the thing though. When I mess with the speed, it doesn't change it. It still says 3 hours 47 minutes out of 9 hours and 43 minutes, which at least that gives you like an accurate depiction maybe of how long you've actually been listening.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
I thought it changed when I like the what showed up changed when I did it.
I mean, maybe if you listen, maybe I just need to like listen longer for it to change.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it looks like Audible is giving me the 99 cents for the first 3 months if I want it again. Probably not. I'll get through it all and they'll be like, actually,
They'll be like, actually, you've already done this.
I have. I totally have. But every once in a while, they're like, we want you back. Anyway.
No, thank you.
We should let everybody go over to
Aoife. Yes. And I got to actually go grab the link, the linkity link.
Yeah. All right. So, everybody, thank you so much for joining and enjoy the rest of your 24-hour sprints. And I hope your reading month ends beautifully. And I'll see you later. Bye.